matters in the engine, things like materials, blueprints. And the purpose of this video is just to build a strong foundation using the engine. That way you have all the basic knowledge you need to start using Unreal Engine 5. And in the next video, that will be a follow-up video to this one, we're going to dive on what you're using the engine for. We're going to be creating a project from these different templates, and really it doesn't matter the whole time. All of these templates give you a pre-made project that has some stuff set for you, so it may message new plugins are available. You can see that it just goes away there. So basically, if you get any sort of notifications down in the bottom right, chances are you can just click dismiss on them. Is this little icon right here. We're going to cover all of these buttons here on the report. Just go left, right. So this next icon here is this little cube icon. So this switches between world space and world control. Now you can go ahead and increase this all the way if you want really fast camera speed. This is really good if you have massive open map refinement. You need to move across the map really fast. You can up your camera speed. Now you can also adjust your camera speed by scrolling on the mouse wheel. So if you hold your right mouse button, you can scroll by moving forward. You can see you can actually speed up your camera speed. So if you scroll up, it will speed up. If you scroll down, it will slow down your camera speed. So just by holding the right mouse button and scrolling on your keyboard, that will affect your camera speed. Okay? It's a very important setting because it will help you when you're manipulating objects in the viewport, so you can turn down your camera speed and have that precise. Okay? So this last icon on the viewport is this little cube with a grid inside of it. Now if you click on it, what this does is it will give us a quad view of our viewports. So you can see our viewports is down here, and then we also have these other 3 additional viewports. Now we've gone over materials a little bit so far, but to apply any material to an object, say if I wanted to make this chair right here, we have this metal gold material. To apply any material to an object in the level, what you can do is you can just drag this material and drop it onto that object. Okay? That way, there's also another way that you can do it by using the details panel. So if you look in the details panel, we have this chair selected. It shows us the material that's been assigned, the material that we just assigned. Now one thing to note is we always reset it, so we reset it. So we're reset it to the default chair material. Okay? And I can also drag this gold material into some material slots. That will also have the same effect of changing material as if I were to drag and drop it on an object like this. Okay? Again, reset it. So you can test this out with all different material types here. That means like raw material, wood. So you can mess around with all the materials to get more familiar with it. Now another neat feature about the content browser and about Unreal Engine is you'll notice this icon, especially when you're working with the content browser. So this little icon right here, so we have this chair selected, you'll notice we have this little folder magnified glass icon. So again, this is going to be everywhere in Unreal Engine. You see this like mesh icon. If you click on that icon for the chair, it's going to browse to that asset in the content browser. So this is very useful because say I want to find where this material is at. If I click on the little browse icon, it will pull up the folder that has the material for that chair. And this is super useful because say I want to modify the store, I can select it, and then I can click on the little browse icon and find it exactly. So you can see that little icon quite a bit throughout the engine. Basically, that's what it does. Browse super quickly into your content browser. Okay, so let's go back to our starter content. So we're just covering so many different asset types. In the materials folder, let's go back and go over to the next folder, particles. So you can see these are particle effects, cascade particle system. These are actually some older particles. So we have fire, smoke, explosion. If we go back, we have things like props. So for the props folder, again, these are all static meshes. So the static mesh assets, the name, as well as the color code is that right color. In the X out there, we also have shapes. Again, more static mesh assets. We go back. And last we have textures. So open that up, you can see these are all different 2D textures. It has a name texture at the very bottom. We have this red color code for the assets. Okay? So those are all the basic asset types. Like I said, there's a lot more asset types. If you right click, you'll see there's a whole lot more different asset types. You can look at all the different names. Video, we can go to blueprints. The blueprints, you can see you can also have.
Okay. Yo, what's going on? So this is Unreal Engine Day 2. I'm trying to figure out how to add colors to basic shapes. I need to make a green screen room so that I can begin to make anime. That's what's happening. Lego Jar Jar. I also need to grab water. I will be right back. Lego Jar Jar says, what did I didn't miss anything. Stream just started. I'm watching this tutorial on times 2 speed as he's explaining how different things. Okay, now we're onto something here. Anata, yo, what's going on? Just forgot. Alright, I'm back. I'm back for good this time.
different color. We have sort of this darker blue color for the asset. And then you can see sounds, textures, all that stuff by just dragging it into your content folder. Now let's actually take a moment to talk about how to create folders and organize content in the content browser. So to create a new folder in your content browser, you just right click anywhere inside of it, and you're going to see we have this menu pop up, and basically we have a couple different options. So I'm going to go down the list. So the first thing that we have here is we have imports to games, so we can import some assets directly into our content folder. We can add a feature or content pack. So if you click on this, you can see you can actually add any of these content packs to this project. So for example, say I want some of the assets from the virtual reality template, I can add it to my current project. Okay, so you can add content, or if you go over to the content itself, this tab over here, let's say you forgot to add the starter content, you can add it to your project from here. Okay, so if you forget to add content, you can always come back and add content through that. Now below that we have Quixel.
Bro, how did he do that?
Or props from our content browser. So those are the filters, and those are just the basics of our content browser. And you can even add your own custom content to your project through the content browser by dragging and importing your own custom 3D assets. You can do things like importing characters, sounds, textures, all that stuff by just dragging it into or props from our content browser. Or props. Hide. So if I right click back in my viewport, it will hide that little content drawer. So if I click back in it, it will show it. If I right click in my viewport and move around, it will hide it. You can also do control spacebar to hide or show it. So just do control spacebar. We'll go ahead and hide or show the content drawer. Okay. Another nice thing that I like to do usually when I'm working with the content drawer is I like to click this little dot in layout. And this will come very handy, as I will show you here in a second. But basically, this is the content browser or the content drawer. And this is where you can import 3D assets, sounds, textures, models, materials. You can import all those assets into this browser, and you can bring it into your level. So first things first, over here on the left, we have the folder directory of our project. So you can see we have this content folder, we have things like characters, level prototyping, starter content. Let's actually go into this starter content folder. And as you select these different folders, you can see over here on the right, you can see all these subfolders inside of that starter content folder. Okay, so in this folder, we have different things like materials, maps, props. Let's go ahead and actually open up the props folder. And now inside of the props folder, you're going to notice a couple of different props that we have because of the starter content that we added. So we have things like this chair, this couch, and let's actually go ahead and bring some of this stuff into our level. So the neat thing about the content browser is you can drag an object from the content browser and drag it into the level. Now we'll go ahead and drag and drop the object into your level or your scene. So it's very simple as selecting the object that you want to add and just dragging and dropping it into your viewport. Okay? So you can add things like this little door, you have things like this little statue there, you have this little bush, and there's just different objects that you can play around with and you can drag into your level by just dragging it from the content browser into your scene. Okay? Now to navigate in the content browser, you can go back by either clicking on the folders over here, or you can navigate by going through the different folders up here if you need to go back. Okay? We also have things like filters. So you can see I already have a couple of different filters. You may not have any filters in here. But basically, if you hit this little 3 lines icon, this will allow us to filter our content browser by certain assets. So for example, if you don't have any filters, this is what it will look like. But if I want to filter my assets in my content browser by, say, static meshes, if I click on this little icon here, I can filter it by static mesh. And now you're going to see all of these static meshes inside of our content folder. You can see we have all the different props, we have all these different walls, cubes, and all that stuff, and all these basic shapes, okay? And that will show us the filter right over here on the left. I can toggle on or off that filter, so if I select that or deselect it, you can see that disables the filter. If I reselect it, that will enable the filter, okay? So we're only seeing static meshes or props from our content browser. So those are the filters, and those are just the basics of our content browser. And you can even add your own custom content to your project through the content browser by dragging and importing your own custom 3D assets. You can do things like importing characters, sounds, textures, all that stuff by just dragging it into your content folder. Now let's actually take a moment to talk about how to create folders and organize content in the content browser. So to create a new folder in your content browser, you just right-click anywhere inside of it, and you're going to see we have this menu pop up, and basically we have a couple different options. So I'm going to go down the list. So the first thing that we have here is we have imports to games, so we can import some assets directly into our content folder. We can add a feature or content pack. So if you click on this, you can see you can actually add any of these content packs to this project. So for example, say I want some of the assets from the virtual reality template, I can add it to my current project. Okay, so you can add content, or if you go over to the content itself, this tab over here, let's say you forgot to add the starter content, you can add it to your project. Or props from our content browser. So those are the filters, and those are just the basics of our content browser. And you can even add your own custom content to your project through the content browser by dragging and importing your own custom 3D assets. You can do things like importing characters, sounds, textures, all that stuff by just dragging it into your content folder. Now let's actually take a moment to talk about how to create folders and organize content in the content browser. So to create a new folder in your content browser, you just right click anywhere inside of it, and you're going to see we have this menu pop up, and basically we have a couple different options. So I'm going to go down the list. So the first thing that we have here is we have imports to games. So we can import some assets directly into our content folder. We can add a feature or content pack. So if you click on this, you can see you can actually add any of these content packs to this project. So for example, say I want some of the assets from the virtual reality template, I can add it to my current project. Okay, so you can add content, or if you go over to the content itself, this tab over let's say you forgot to add the starter content, you can add it to your project through here, okay? So if you forget to add content, you can always come back and add content through that. Now below that we have Quixel Bridge, which is also another place that you can get free assets from. I'll cover that here in a bit. Then we have the create new folder, and then down below we have basic assets and then advanced assets, okay? So we're gonna go over these different asset types, but first let's go ahead and just create ourselves a new folder. So under the folder, we can create a new folder. Then you can see we can just rename this folder to test folder. And if you double click and open that up, you'll open up the folder, and you can right click, create another folder. Basically, that's how you can organize content inside of your content browser, okay? Now for the different types of assets, if you right click, you're gonna see there are many different types of assets in Unreal Engine. So we first have the basic asset types, which are things like blueprint classes, levels, materials, this Niagara system. And then below it, we have some more different advanced asset types. So if you hover over any of these different categories, you're gonna see that we have more different asset types down here. Now, a lot of this stuff, you don't really have to know what each and every single asset does, but I'm gonna cover some of the basic types of assets that we have. And in fact, we can do that by going to our content folder and opening up our starter content. So if you go into the starter content folder, let's go into first the architecture folder. So you're gonna see that we have these different props. So like this floor, wall with a door. So these are all static meshes. So that's the type of asset that this is. Again, a static mesh is a prop or an object that is static, it doesn't move. So this can be anything like, for example, some of the objects that we have here in the level, like this chair, this bush, this window frame. These are all static meshes. And you can notice that these are static mesh assets because it says, for one, static mesh at the very bottom there. You can also see that it's color-coded. So it has this blue line right here, and that means it's a static mesh, okay? So each asset type is color-coded with a different color, and you'll become familiar with all the different asset types as time goes on. So those are static meshes. Next up, if you go back into the starter content folder, we have audio. So you can see we have things like sound waves. So if you play these are just basic sound files. And you can see the name of the asset, so it's a sound wave, and you can see the color of that asset type, okay? So that's audio. We can go into blueprints. For blueprints, you can see it also has a different color. We have sort of this darker blue color for the asset. And then you can see it's a blueprint class right below it, okay? And we're gonna cover blueprints at the very end of this video, but right now we're just focusing on the different types of assets that you will find inside of Unreal Engine based on the name down here and the color code. Next up, we have HDRI. So you can see this is a texture cube. You can see the name of it, and you can see the color code of that file. Next up, we have maps, because you can see they are in this yellow or orange color, and you can see it says level at the bottom. Okay, so just getting used to the different asset types will help you distinguish what type of files are which, specifically in the content browser. And next to the maps, we have materials. So if you double click that, you can see that these are all material assets because of, again, it says material at the bottom. It has that little green color code, so we know that these are materials. And you can see that we have a little preview of the material with this little sphere that shows what type of material it is, okay? So if you look in here, we have things like gold, metal, rock, and all that stuff. Now, we've gone over materials a little bit so far, but to apply any material to an object, say if I wanted to make this chair right here completely gold, we have this M metal gold material, and to apply any material to an object in your level, what you can do is you can just drag this material and drop it onto that object, okay? There's that way. There's also another way that you can do it by using the details panel. So if you look in the details panel, we have this chair selected, and it shows us the material that's been assigned, or the material that we just assigned it to. Now, one thing to note is we can always reset it. So if I hit this reset arrow, it's going to reset it to the default chair texture or material, okay? And I can also drag in this gold material into this material slot. That will also have the same effect of changing the material as if I were to drag and drop it onto the object like this, okay? So again, we can reset it. So you can test this out with all the different material types. We have things like rock material, we have things like wood. So you can mess around with all the materials and just apply it to random objects in the level, just to get more familiar with it. Now, another neat feature about the content browser and about Unreal Engine is you're gonna notice this icon a lot, especially when working with the content browser. So this little icon right here, so if you have this chair selected, you're gonna notice we have this little folder magnifying glass icon. So again, this is going to be everywhere in Unreal Engine. You can see the static mesh has that little icon right there. So if you click on that icon for the chair, it's going to browse to that asset into the content browser. So this is very useful because say I want to find where this material is at. If I click the little browse icon, it will pull up the folder that has the material for that chair. So this is super useful because say I want to modify this door, I can select it, and then I can click on the little browse icon and find it exactly in the content browser. So you're gonna see that little icon quite a bit throughout the engine, and basically that's what it does. You can browse to it quickly into your content browser where it's stored, okay? So let's go back to our starter content. So we were just covering some of the different asset types. So we're in the materials folder. Let's go back and go over to the next folder where we have particles. So you can see these are particle effects, cascade, particle system. These are actually some older particles, but you can see we have things like fire, smoke, and explosion. If we go back, we have things like props. So if you go in the props folder, again, these are all static meshes. So you can see the static mesh asset name, as well as the color code is that bright blue color. And when we exit out of there, we also have shapes. Again, more static mesh assets. And then go back, and last we have textures. So if you open that up, you can see these are all different 2D textures. So you can see it has a name texture at the very bottom, and we have this red color code for the assets, okay? So those are all the basic asset types. Like I said, there's a lot more asset types. If you right click, you can see there's a whole lot more different asset types. And you can look at all the different names and color codes of them. And just over time, after you use the engine, you'll start to learn what some of these other assets are used for. So those are all the basic asset types. Let's quickly talk about the content browser again and how you can actually organize content. So we briefly went over how to create new folders. Now, to organize content, if we go in our props folder, you can actually move around assets to different folders. So this is very intuitive. So for example, if I right click and create a new folder in here, I can name this to my props. And then I could select this chair mesh and move it into that folder. So if I drag and drop it onto that folder, it'll give us a couple of options. We can do move here, copy here, or advanced copy here. I'm going to do move here, and that will go ahead and move that asset into this my props folder. So it's very intuitive where you can drag and drop files and move around and organize it in your content browser. Now, if you wanted to move this back out of this folder, one way that you can do that is through this project directory over here, or through the hierarchy. So if I were to take this chair and move it back into my main props folder, I drag and drop it right there, I can click move here. And now if I go back to our props, you can see that I move the chair outside of that folder. Okay, so it's very intuitive how you can move and manage your assets in the content browser. So the same thing goes for deleting assets. If I select this window frame, if I click delete, it will give us actually a couple of different options. Now, whenever you delete an asset that is placed in a level or that is actually used, it's going to pop up with this little warning, okay? Because you're actually using the asset. So for example, I have this window frame. Because I have that dragged into my level, if I select it in the content browser and try to delete it, it's going to pop up with this warning. Some of the assets being deleted are still referenced in memory. So Unreal Engine doesn't like this when you try to delete stuff and you're still using it. Now, one way that you can fix that is you can actually go ahead and delete this from the levels. If I select that and delete it, and if I do File, Save All, I can go back to my content browser, select that window frame, and click delete. You can see it's still referenced, so you can either replace it with another asset, or you can do force delete. Sometimes replacing a reference is better than doing force delete, because like I said, Unreal Engine doesn't like it when you delete stuff that is referenced. I'm just going to do force delete just to show you what happens. So then now you can see that it's deleted from our content browser. And that's basically how you can delete content from being inside your content browser. Now there's no way to undo that, so if you do delete something from the content browser, there's no way to actually get back that asset. So just keep that in mind. So those are the content browser basics. Now let's actually go ahead and cover how you can get third-party assets and props, whether that be through the Unreal Engine Marketplace or another useful tool called Quixel Bridge. So first, let's cover the Unreal Engine Marketplace. So if you open up the Epic Games Launcher, you want to head over to the Unreal Engine Marketplace right over here at the top. We can go ahead and add our first asset pack to our project. So for example, we can go ahead and find an asset pack. So for me, we're going to use a free asset pack. So if you click on the free up here, we can hit this little drop down and go to Epic Games Content. Now this will show us all the free assets from Epic Games, and you can go through the different pages, go to the next page, and browse all the free assets that they have. Another thing that you can do is you can go to free. You can see that there's other different categories. You have things like Megascans, free for the month, permanently free collection. So we click on permanently free collection. These are assets that are permanently free, meaning that they will be free forever, so you can use them for your projects or whatever you're doing inside of the engine. Okay, now to actually go ahead and add one of these asset packs to your project, let's say I want to go ahead and add this free furniture pack. So if you click on it here, you can also search for it. If you type in free furniture pack, you can see that it'll pop up right here, so you can navigate to it. So as you can see there, so go ahead and cover how you can get third-party assets and props, whether that be through the Unreal Engine Marketplace or another useful tool called Quixel Bridge. So first, let's cover the Unreal Engine Marketplace. So if you open up the Epic Games Launcher, you want to head over to the Unreal Engine Marketplace right over here at the top. We can go ahead and add our first asset pack to our project. So for example, we can go ahead and find an asset pack. So for me, we're going to use a free asset pack. So if you inside of Unreal Engine is built directly into the engine, and these are very high quality photorealistic assets. So to access Quixel Bridge, you want to go to this cube plus icon here. This is Quixel Bridge. So you can see we have search 14,543 assets. So that's the total amount of assets.
Daphne, yo, what's going on? Sorry, I haven't looked in chat in a while. I'm trying to figure out some. Bro, a lot of this stuff could be pretty basic, but it's complicated. I still haven't figured out how to make a basic shape a certain color. I still can't. I don't know what the heck. I watched this 2.5-hour tutorial, and he still hasn't said anything about how to make basic color for anything.
I'm going to show you how to create a basic color that you can apply to any static mesh or shape in your game or level. This can be useful for differentiating objects you're working with, or these colors can even be applied and used in your finished project or game. We have 3 basic shapes, and we need somewhere to store the colors we're going to create. Press Ctrl and Spacebar to open the content drawer. Right-click and create a new folder in the content folder. I'm calling my folder Custom Colors. You can call this whatever you want. Double-click into the folder, right-click and select Material. I'm going to call this Custom Red. Again, you can name this anything you want. Double-click on the material to open the material graph. You will see a node called New Material. We're going to
Hello?
Yo, what's going on?
What's up? Yeah, I just finished a short that it's supposed to be in YouTube Shorts, but it's in one of my videos instead. Yep. How's the Unreal Engine coming along?
I'm watching this tutorial on how to make a basic color for a shape.
to connect our color to this node. Right-click and type constant, then select constant free vector. Double-click this node to open
Yeah, I can't do these stuff. I wish.
the
But...
color picker. I'm going to choose a random red color. Ensure the saturation is increased, and press OK when you're happy with the color. Left-click on the only available node option and drag the string to base color. Press apply or save, then minimize the window. Press Ctrl and spacebar to open the content drawer. Drag and drop your new material color.
That it worked.
Hell yeah.
Oh.
Looks like the skin of the Hulk. Nice.
The skin of the Hulk. Nice.
Nice.
Now I know the way.
Do you know the way, my brother? Oh, you're making a green screen.
Yeah.
Nice.
So my goal here is I'm going to start small with trying to animate like a few simple characters in a green screen room for modding Station 2. Right now, I'm succeeding right now. I got the green screen going.
Nice.
So I'm almost there. Once the green screen
When
room
you
is
say
made,
characters, you're 3D modeling them, or?
no, I'm not gonna make any 3D models. I'm gonna grab assets. One of the reasons why I'm not really creating any 3D models is because it's not really necessary. There's so many different like free assets out there that could work for what I'm doing. It's the fantasy mod, and the sprite that I'm gonna make are 64 by 64 pixels. So they're very pixelated. I wouldn't even need, there's no need for me to like make my own models because they're not going to be a lot of detail on them anyway. Because like I said, 64 by 64 pixels. I can show you right now on stream.
Nice. Yeah, I'm watching stream.
There
So.
is. So here's the fantasy folder for Civ 2 Test of Time, and these are the units. All of them fit on this little picture.
Yeah,
And if you
the stream is
if
gonna.
you zoom in, you can see how pixelated they are. And so you really only
Yeah.
need like you need some very simple looking characters.
Yeah, the stream will delay, so it's gonna
Yeah,
take
so-
a minute. Yeah.
So
Okay.
what I need is I need some basic looking characters. Then I'm gonna have them do some basic looking animation. Some of the animations in this game, they're really kind of stiff and goofy looking. So whatever I make will be, basically the same as that. So
I think you can like clear the images up in the Unreal Engine so that you know what I mean? Like I'm just clear the pixelated images up so that you can see it better or something like that.
no, this is what it's going to look like once I scale it down to what worked for Civilization 2. Like I can't. Civilization 2 only worked with 64 by 64 pixel units. So if you try to do anything more than that, it just wouldn't work. You can't add any detail. So any kind of animations that I make, they're going to become less detailed in their final form. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add simple things like so I got a gnome here. Track.
Palpatine donate or like member another month, another Biden North. Wow. Nice. Huh? Oh, subscribed, I mean. Nice.
Wait.
Rendezvous at this point here.
Right, I need to look at the tutorial how to import an FTX file. How to yo. Drag it on browser.
Point team at objective. Waiting for orders to move out.
Bruh. It on oh it also there it
Get him! Get him! Get him!
Here's file.
Oh, I see it
Okay.
now.
So what I'm doing, I don't know why it's not. I imported it, so I don't know why it's not appearing. Where's the gnome? Where's the gnome?
Give us the gnome.
What I'll do? Get rid of the. No. Okay. Okay. So. Okay. Fuck.
Wow, no gnomes. Hmm.
Here. Alright.
Nice. That's good. Okay. Okay. Here's the right product. Domesticated garden. Go. Down. Domestic garden. Garden. Oh, you see him? Nice. A smart Python.
Yo, check out how bro eyes up.
I think you can size him up.
Of course you can.
Definitely. Hell yeah. But yeah, he's a tiny guy.
Alright.
Making him a giant. Now you have to cuddle him up.
No, thrown inside. Bastard. Look at this one. Frost.
Yes.
Oh.
Looking like a horror movie right now. Nice.
Nope.
Oh, for a muse of fire, to ascend the brightest heaven of invention, a kingdom for a stage, princes to act, and monarchs to behold the swelling scene. Think when we talk of horses that you see them, printing their proud hooves in the receiving earth, for 'tis your thoughts that now must deck our kings. Carry them from here to there, jumping o'er time, turning the accomplishment of many years into an hourglass. For the which supply, admit me chorus to this history, who prologue like your humble patience pray, gently to hear, kindly to judge our play.
Now the screen is black. Green light. Spooky.
Longer than I can remember. I'd like to say I'm not a violent man. It just has a way of finding me. But I'd be lying. Doesn't matter where I go. How far I want. That's always waiting. It's not for me.
Bro. Bro. Are you serious? There's a giant gnome in the sky.
That is pretty funny. Just keep it for the video.
I accidentally put a giant guy because I applied the 2D texture material from the gnome onto the sky on accident. You can see his face right there.
Yeah. That is funny.
Here's something you may not know about.
Well,
Jar Jar, I have to go.
Go.
Yeah.
Good.
Well, I hope. Is this gonna be like? What is the video gonna be about?
What do you mean? What is the video? No, bro. I'm starting with. I'm trying to make my own models, my own 3D models.
Okay.
Like my own sprite, my own little sprite animation for Civilization 2 Tested Time. And if I'm successful, then I'll probably use this software. Actually, I think.
Okay.
I have some ideas.
But
Unreal.
yeah, that would be fun. Hope you get round to it, but I have to go.
All right, have fun.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
So you don't know what it means to have an epic skeleton with a full control rig. Not a problem. Now, assuming that you listened to my advice and just straight up used the exact Unreal 5 skeleton for your character, the easiest way to get a control rig is to copy the original rig that comes out of Unreal 5, paste it, double click it, and then on the right under preview mesh, replace it with your character. You're done. Now, these next two tricks I learned from 3 Education with JC, so definitely check out his video if you want a more thorough explanation on this. But the most important things you need to know are if your character's proportions are slightly different from the original mannequin, then on the right under the node editor, hold Alt and left click to detach the rig. Then select the controllers that are a bit off, right click, and set offset to closest bone. Then you can reattach the rig and it should be fine. If you want to move the position of the visual controller without moving the pivot point, you can hold control and press period to move the controller without moving the origin. And if your rig is slightly different from the original, for example mine has extra boob and butt bones, then on the left side, click the root, right click, refresh, and pick your character's proper skeleton. And you should see the skeleton show up. You can always check to see if your bones and controllers are in the right position by going up to the node editor, detaching, and reattaching the rig. And again, if you see anything off, you can use the snap to closest bone trick from the beginning of the video. Hope that helps, and as always, hope you have a fantastic day, and I'll see you around. Skeleton with a full control rig. Not a problem. Now, assuming that you listened to my advice and just straight up used the exact Unreal 5 skeleton for your character, the easiest way to get a control rig is to copy the original rig that comes out of Unreal 5, paste.
Alright everybody, welcome back to another Ask a Dev Unreal Engine training tutorial series. This story for the mannequin body that comes with the third person character project. So let's open that up, just so you can see what a more complete hierarchy looks like. And you will notice when we look at this, this shows us what a control rig might look like when it's completed. What we have in here, a couple of things that are important to understand about how this is laid out. So we have a report in the top left. This is basically going to show us the current state of our rig. We have our rig hierarchy, which for now, in this particular case, is just a root joint. But just as an example, let's go ahead and show you a more... And today's goal is to create a control that will move this if we want to. So first things first, what we have is we have a skeleton. What we need is a control hierarchy to drive it, and then we need the ability to combine the two. So in order to create your first control rig, what you do is you right-click on any skeletal mesh actor, and if you right-click under create, you'll notice there's a control rig option. That is going to automatically create a control rig for us. I'm actually going to rename this to be CR, control rig, underbar Vive skeleton. We'll call it, we don't need, there we go. So we're going to call this CR Vive pre-control mesh, for example. So that's control rig, etc. Now when we open up our control rig interface, there are a couple of things that are important to understand about how this is laid out. So we have a report in the top left. This is basically going to show us the current state of our rig. Vive create a control rig for us. I'm actually going to rename this to be CR, control rig, underbar Vive skeleton. Ability to combine the two. So mesh, when I open this up, you'll see it is actually just a Vive controller that has a single joint in it. And today's goal is to create a control that will move this if we want to. So first things first, what we have is we have a skeleton. What we need is a control hierarchy to drive it, and then we need the ability to combine the two. So in order to create your first control rig, what you do is you right-click on any skeletal mesh. Actor, and if you right-click under create, you'll notice there's a control rig option. That is going to automatically create a control rig for us. I'm actually going to rename this to be CR.
Bro.
our control rig, underbar Vive skeleton. We'll call it, we don't need, there we go. So we're going to call this CR Vive pre-control mesh, for example. So that's control rig, etc. Now when we open up our control rig interface, there are a couple of things that are important to understand about how this is laid out. So we have a viewport in the top left. This is basically going to show us the current state of our rig. We have our rig hierarchy, which for now, in this particular case, is just a root joint. But just as an example, let's go ahead and show you a more complete control rig so that you can see one. And we're going to take a look at the default control rig for the mannequin body that comes with the third-person character project. So let's open that up just so you can see what a more complete hierarchy looks like. And you will notice when we look at this, this shows us what a control rig might look like when it's completed. What we have in here is we have a whole series of controls as shown by the red, yellow, orange controls. These are the controls that are the marionette puppet controls that we're going to be building as part of this series. Down here on the left, this is our rig hierarchy. It's a much more complete hierarchy because it's a full character. Ours is much simpler because we have a single joint for today. But we are going to be working with complex characters so that we can create IK setups and all those kinds of things, etc. Over here on the right, you can see how crazy this can get. There are multiple things going on. This is basically our rig graph. There's a few major parts to this, all right? The first part is the forward solve. Basically, this is what happens. This is the solve that happens when we move one of our controls. It is going to forward solve to determine where the arm should be in this particular case. So when I move that control, or for example, the body control, it is solving all of the positioning so that my knees bend or whatever else I built as part of my control rig. So this all just works. That's the forward solve, okay? We also have in a more complete graph, we also have the construction event. This is for us to set up all of the initial state of our controls and character before the control rig starts. So for example, if we want to set the default position of a control, we might do it in the construction script. That way it's already in place where it should be when the forward solve actually happens. Okay, that's our construction event. And then finally, we have our backward solve. It's going to be a little while until we talk about the backward solve. The backward solve is there for us to be able to take any animation and backward solve, basically recompile it onto our character's control rig. So for example, what do I mean by that? What I mean is forward solve, we're animating by hand. We are telling the joints where we want them to go. A backward solve would be in the case of you have an animation that's already done and you want to edit it. So what we would do is we would backward solve from the skeleton to get all that information onto our control rig, onto that puppet that we built, so that we can then make changes to it. So that's what the backward solve section is for. Then, as usual, in a lot of our interfaces, etc., we have our details and attributes over here on the right. So that's a quick breakdown of each of the parts of the control rig hierarchy. And what we are going to do today, very quickly, is we are going to create our first set of controls. So how do we create a control? Well, there are lots of ways to create controls. In general, you can just right-click and choose New Control, and that will create one. We're going to be talking about different methods of doing this as we move forward because, depending on the hierarchy, Unreal has tools that will help you create controls that are already in place. But overall, big point here is we've created a new control. Now, I would like to rename this control, so I'm going to call this the... Actually, no, before I rename this, let me show you one other way to create a control. If I select a joint and I right-click on this, I can say New Add Controls for Selected. When I do that, it will automatically create a control for me. One of the cool things about it is it's automatically going to name it the root underbar control. So this control is pre-named to potentially control the root, which is potentially helpful. So, but because there are other things that we want to be able to do with this character, we're going to make a couple changes to this hierarchy. So I'm going to right click and create a new control, and the visual for the control. Right now, the visual for the control, the shape it's often called, is a giant red sphere. What I'm going to do is I'm going to change the shape. So when we pick our control, over here on the right, you'll notice that we have the transform, and then we have the shape. The shape is where you edit the aesthetics, the visuals of the control, not the actual physical attributes. So underneath shape properties, I'm going to change this. You'll see we have a really nice drop down of all kinds of predetermined shapes. You can even create your own if you want to, but that will be another class. For now, let's just go with circle thing. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's do hexagon then, okay? Now you can kind of see it in here slightly, but it's a little bit small, and the point of this is to control the entire character. It's basically going to be the layout of the whole character, so I'm going to make this bigger. Now you need to make sure that you're working in the shape section, because what we want to be doing is we want to be updating the overall shape of the actual visual of the control, not the actual transform. So over here under shape, I'm going to lock my scale, and I'm just going to triple this. So now we have a control that is roughly, 3 times the size. I'm actually going to make this a little bigger because I want it to be the whole size of the character, for example, okay? So we have our layout control now. Now I'm going to change the color of it as well. All we do to change the color is we click on the color, and we pick a new color. I like to follow a color paradigm, and you can actually see it here. That is very similar to this. The right side is red. All of you audiophiles out there will love this. Right is red. So right side of the rig is red. It makes sense. They both start with R, depending on the language. And then the left side is blue. It's very typical for most animation rigs. Let's talk a little bit about why we do this. Okay. The reason we do this is we want it. Remember, the goal of this is to make it easy for the animator to control the puppet that we create. Well, in addition to making the controls easy to select and intuitive to understand, one of the things that we want to do is we want to make it clear what's being manipulated. In this particular case, because the right side is red, I know that if I pick this circle, I'm definitely picking the right arm. Now, from this pose, it's very easy to see that I'm picking the right arm. But if my character was like this, it's a little harder to see which one is red or blue or which side I'm working with. Am I on the left side or the right side? So depending on your poses, it can be very beneficial to help the animator out and let them know through visual cues that right side is red. And whatever you pick for your convention, I would recommend you to stick with it. This is a very industry standard accepted convention. Right is red, left is blue. A lot of times you'll see yellow down the middle or some variation of that. So let's go back to ours. That's why we made that yellow. I want to show you a quick little tip. When we created our color, what we can do is we can actually drag this color here. Let me bring this over here so you can see it.
If you've ever opened up an Unreal Rig inside of Blender, you can know it looks like this.
Ugh.
It doesn't look like a normal thing inside of Blender. This is what it should look like. Today I'm going to
Huh?
show you how to rig in Blender for Unreal. So you can use the exact same magic skeleton and get all the animations that comes with Unreal. Let's go. Right, cool. So this page will be linked down below. It's just a Gumroad link, and then you can get the add-on. You can just type in how much you want. So going to the content of it, you can see over here that we have Game Rig Tools Unreal Model, and then you just got to go download the Game Rig Tools Unreal V111, and then you're over in Blender. Just go Edit, Preferences, go down to Add-ons, and then just click Install. And then I'm just going to find my game, open it, install add-on, and click on the box, and you see it's over here. Right, cool. And then if you have a character like this, so you have to do stuff using the add-on. Just go top left and click Initiate Mannequin. So you can see you have the Unreal 4 and the Unreal 5. I'm going to go click Initiate Mannequin, and you can see it's slightly too big for my character. So you can either just rescale your character, make it actually feel like whatever household it is, 1.8 meters, or you can just scale down the rig itself. If you go select this one, so you just go up here, so go select the tweak one, you go pose mode. You can see we have a couple different modes.
Hey guys, Bodhi Movie Maker here. How to animate a character in Unreal Engine made easy and simple. First off, real quick, I am using animation in my short film that I'm making in Unreal Engine for anything that moves in my short film. But animation is also used in games, of course. From the most complex animations to the simplest ones you could imagine. For example, when your character is just standing in place and you're not touching the controller, you're not moving them around at all, there is an animation playing on repeat. It's called the idle animation. It shows them breathing, just standing, maybe looking around, maybe checking their watch every once in a while. That is a repeating animation. And I'm going to show you how to make that animation today. This is a video about making simple how to start animating in Unreal Engine. So the absolute simplest way, if you're using an Unreal Engine mannequin, the default character within Unreal Engine, it makes it easier because it comes with a pre-built control rig. A control rig basically allows you to control each part of the mannequin's posable body. It turns the mannequin into an action figure that you can maneuver and pose. Control rig is basically just a series of controls throughout your mannequin's body that you can click on and manipulate. But what if you want to use other characters other than the default Unreal Engine mannequins, such as this hazmat suit guy I bought on Unreal Engine Marketplace, or this zombie monster? Well, you will have to make your own control rig. Before we continue, please do me a favor, drop a like, drop a comment, don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon so you'll be notified when the next video comes out. So let's show you how to animate using the Unreal Engine mannequin. So you bring your Unreal Engine mannequin into your level. Your level is your map. It's the editable area you are in by default, or in this case, the custom level you created. If you want to see how I created the Spooky Forest, watch this video, link in the description, or click right here. So then open a new level sequence, add level sequence, name the sequence, and put it wherever you want to. I have a folder called sequences. That opens up a new level sequence. A sequence is like a timeline. You'll be familiar with this if you're a video editor. It's a lot like video editing. It's a linear timeline from left to right. Now, click track actor to sequence and find the mannequin character. If it was selected, it'll be right at the top here, skm_manny. So once you click that, it brings it into your sequencer. And by default, it opens up the animation mode, and boom, now we see the Unreal Engine default mannequin. And you can see the different controls, and when you click them, it brings up the control functions, and we change it to rotate, and we've rotated his head. Now let's rotate his shoulder. So now you can see it turns him into an action figure that we can pose. All right, but again, now we want to do that with a hazmat character, or possibly our monster. Before we bring our hazmat character into the sequencer, let's show you how to make a control rig so that we can control him. First, you right-click on the hazmat character's skeletal mesh. Under Create, go down to the bottom, Control Rig. Boom, creates a new control rig. Let's open that up. Now, over on the left side of this window, you can see Rig Hierarchy. Open that up, and it shows you a list of the bones in their hierarchical order. Certain bones are parented to other bones. So now we are going to select just the bones that I want right now. We're going to leave out some bones because we're going to keep this as simple as possible. Pelvis, spine 1, spine 2, spine 3, clavicle left, upper arm left, lower arm left, hand left. We're skipping all the left hand fingers. Then we're going down and selecting clavicle right, upper arm right, lower arm right, right hand. Then we're skipping all the fingers on the right hand, and we're going to neck and head. Then we are going to select thigh left, calf left, skipping calf twist. We're going to select left foot and left ball. Get your mind out of the gutter. The ball of his foot. Come on. And we're skipping thigh twist, and we're going right to right thigh, right calf, right foot, right ball. Come on. Then we're going, and that's all of the bones we're selecting. Right-click on all the bones you selected and go to New, Add Controls for Selected. This will automatically generate a series of controls which are properly nested under the right, so bones will be in the same hierarchical order.
Oh boy. There.
Hi, it's Ben here. And first thing I'm going to do is go to modeling mode, and I'm going to create a cylinder, and I'm going to place that in the scene. I'm just going to add some height subdivisions. We'll add 12 for now, and I'll just hit accept. So adding that just means I've got a simple cylinder here, and if I go to wireframe mode, see that it has some subdivisions so that we can deform it with a skeleton. So, quick and simple, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go find this mesh. I'm going to move it into a folder here just so that I can isolate the mesh. So I've got this mesh, which was created by modeling tools. Next thing that I want to do is I'm going to right-click on this mesh, and I'm going to go up to the top here and say Convert to Skeletal Mesh. That means it's going to turn it into a skeletal mesh, which is the type of mesh that you can deform with a skeleton. And the just using the defaults here, so I'm going to say Convert, Create New Skeleton, And now you can see that it's created two new assets here. So we've got the skeleton and we've got the skeletal mesh, which is typical for a skeletal mesh of those two assets. I'm going to double click on the skeletal mesh and open that up. Now you can see that we have our mesh right here. If we go to this blue button right here that says editing tools, well, you'll be able to see this panel on the left here. So what we have on the left, we've got some tools to create a skeleton. So I'm going to create the skeleton with the skeleton button here. I'm going to click on edit skeleton, and then I'm going to go to add. Now, the projection type here for creating bones in the skeleton is set to within mesh. So the within mesh, which just means that it will actually try and find out where's the midpoint in the mesh and create a bone for you there, as opposed to creating it on the outside or just, it's a helper tool, I guess. So I'm going to click at the bottom here, and I'm going to click upwards of that towards the top here, and I'll just create another one, and we'll hit accept. Another one outside the top of the cylinder, and hit accept. So if I rotate around this object here, you'll now see that I've got my skeleton, but there's a couple of things that aren't quite right. I've got a bone at the top there and at the bottom there, a little out of place. So we can go back here to edit skeleton, and in edit mode here, you should be able to just grab the transform controls and just move the bone in like that at the bottom, and then we'll move the bone at the top there just to line those up. Probably a better way of doing that, but anyway, I'm going to hit accept. So now we have a skeleton, which is pretty cool. And then the last step really is to go back to edit skeleton here again, and then we'll see the skin over here. There's a little skin button here, so we hit skin, and then we're going to do bind skin, which basically does exactly what it suggests. It takes the skeleton and binds it to the mesh. So if we go to skin and bind, skin, and hit accept, you'll now have bound the skeleton to the skin or to the mesh. Now if we jump up here to the top right and take a look at the skeleton, we can, as we could before, grab the bone and rotate it like that, and then
Okay. That, but Ah. Bro, how do I make the freaking camera go slower? It doesn't go any slower. I missed. I feel like I edited. Great. Sense doesn't make sense. Like, what? Where's the rest of it? What the fuck? What? Why is the skull? Bro, what the hell was that? Look, the skeleton's right here. It's right here. Well, oh. Okay. The whole thing doesn't consider his arm separate. Well, I learned something.
Then you'll see that we've now bound a brand new mesh inside Unreal, created a skeletal mesh, and we've created a skeleton, and it's deforming the mesh, which is awesome, being able to do this, and it seems very intuitive. I think it seems to work pretty well off the bat. That's about as far as I've investigated with it, but I just want to make a quick video and just show that this is now possible in Unreal Engine without having to go outside, and yeah, pretty cool stuff. Anyway, hope you enjoyed this quick tip, and I look forward to doing another one. Take care, everybody.
Hello, in this video, I'm going to go over how you can make custom animations for the Unreal Engine 5 mannequin. So, to get started, you're going to go over here and click this little director's icon, and click Add Level Sequence. And just save this anywhere in your project. Once you've done this, just open up your content drawer and find the Unreal Engine mannequin. Once you've done this, drag one of the animations somewhere in your level. Once you've dragged in your animation, simply go to your sequence and go track, then go add to the sequence and select the animation that you just imported. You're going to see all these little lines appear around your character. Using them, we're going to basically animate our character. So I select this blue one here. Once you've done this, drag one of the animations somewhere in your level. Once you've dragged in your animation, simply go to your sequence and go track, then go add to the sequence and select the animation that you just imported. You're going to see all these little lines appear around your character. Using them, we're going to basically animate our character. So I select this blue one here, with select and rotate object selected.
That doesn't make any sense.
If you give me 2 hours, I'll give you everything you need to create and edit character animations for your games, movies, and whatever else it is you want to do with them. I'll even take you through implementing them in-game so you can execute the full game animation pipeline. All I ask in return is that you hit like on this video, drop a comment with how you feel about this course and what other content you'd like to see, and subscribe. In this full step-by-step course that I'm giving away absolutely free, I'm going to take you from zero animation skills through everything you need to create and edit animations using Unreal 5.5 that can then be used in any engine or 3D animation software. If you're already an expert animator, this course will give you all the knowledge you need to use Unreal for your character animating. All you need to get started is Unreal 5.5 installed, and I'll take you through everything else, including implementing animations in games. You'll go from concept all the way through usage in your projects, but don't worry, the blueprint stuff is super easy and you'll go right through it like a hot knife through butter. We'll start with a cartoony forward dash animation to show you the ropes of creating an animation from scratch. Then we'll move on to a sweet idle break where the character looks at their watch. We'll then go through how to transplant that idle break onto a walk animation through the power of animation layers, and we'll finish up by editing and polishing an existing animation to make it more weighty, lively, and, well, good. In that one, I'll show you how to fully decrapify an axe wield animation, as well as getting you started working with props or weapons with your animations. All of that in 2 hours. I also encourage you to join the Discord, where you'll be able to talk about this course and pick up any of the dozens of animations I released for free this year. Okay, no more stalling. We'll start by setting up the project. Let's get into it. We're going to just create a from scratch 5.5 project that has Tatools version 2 in it and is ready for us to start animating. So you start in your Epic Games Launcher, you go to the library. If you don't have 5.5 installed, you go by engine versions, press the plus sign, and then you can select the version you don't have, which would be 5.50 from here, and then click install and follow all the instructions, get the prerequisites and everything else so you can get it. Once you do have it installed, you come down to your Fab library and search for game animation sample. If you don't already have the game animation sample, you just come here and then just add it to your library. You just get it, it's free, and you can just get it that way. Now, I have the game animation sample, so I'm going to go ahead and create a project, select the folder where you want it, put it here, select 5.5 as the version that you want to install, and hit create. Okay, so that should now be in here. So if I just type 5.5, let's see, I have Tatools 201, UE5.5. Now, before I actually open this, I want to go ahead and add Tatools 2.0 plugin. Once it's up on Fab, you'll just be able to pull it down the same way and add to the project or add to your engine down here. But until then, you go to Show in Folder. I'll open this up. We're going to go ahead and open a browser, github.com/3pgames/3panimtools. Links in the description. And you can, the easiest way to do this, if you have Git, you can just do a Git clone of this repo using this URL. But if you want to instead just pull it from the release, you can go to Releases, and then under Tatools v2 5.50, you just go pull this zip file right here. All right, so once you have that zip file, you can come over here, you create in this project directory, you just go ahead and create a new folder, which you can do Control-Shift-N in Windows, or just go select a new folder up here, and you can name it Plugins. Capital P, and then I'll go ahead and move in my zip file, and then just extract this here. It's probably going to create one too many folders, but we'll just hit extract. And sure enough, this creates one too many folders, so we're going to go and grab 3P Animatools, Control-X, come back up to the Plugins directory, and then paste the 3P Animatools directory back in your plugins directory. You can delete everything else. And to give you just a general, you want to make sure you got it right, plugins 3P Animatools, you just make sure the U plugin is under that, and you have all these folders. And now we can start our project. So I'll close this down, I'll come over here and double click. The reason I select the game animation sample typically from all my animation projects is it already comes with some of the MetaHuman stuff. You can still add the MetaHuman plugin, of course, as well as the control rig samples, and you can bring in the third-person template content if you need some UE5 mannequin animations and things like that. You can bring that in directly into the project. But I feel like the game animation sample provides the UEFN mannequin, the UE5 mannequin, UE4 mannequin. It has all the skeletons that you would want to be working with for generic animations and things like that. So it's just a pretty good jump start to get everything you need for animating. All right, so we now have new plugins available, and so when you go here, you should see 3P anim tools, and it's enabled. If it isn't enabled, you just hit the checkbox and then restart your editor, and you'll have it. Now, that means if we go down to plugins, 3P anim tools content picker, and we just right click and say run editor utility widget, that'll give us our 3P anim tools picker, which I dock down here by details. And now that we have everything set up, let's go ahead and do some quality of life improvements to make the editor actually conducive to animation. So I'm going to show you a few things just real quickly, and we'll get into this in a lot more detail in a minute. But for starters, this gizmo just
Remember to conserve your ammo. Short bursts only. I see some movement.
I need a mesh for this guy. The bone is skeleton. So nothing here. Right there, and this guy.
it makes animation a little difficult. But you'll notice it's also, I'm not being able to be very precise in my position.
Oh. But here's the thing that
Rendezvous at this point here.
I missed. What the fuck do I? Okay.
Positioning of these controls, and that's because I have snapping turned on. You see these blue highlights right here? There's translation.
Oh.
Point team at objective. Waiting for orders to move out.
Okay, we're on.
Get him! Get him! Get him!
Getting. this guy got going? Ah. Bruh. How do I fucking animate a skeleton? What the fuck is this shit? How can it a skeletal mesh in Unreal? Okay. What the fuck do I do? Add to level. Drag no flash to level. That's done. Right there. Create sequence. Open the level sequencer. Here. Add control rig on the skeletal mesh track. On skeletal mesh track, click track, control rig, add. Where is the skeletal mesh track? What the fuck does it look like? There's no pictures with this. Like, show me what I'm doing. Doesn't even show me what I'm doing.
Animation, we just need to go all the way to the top, right click and select Bake Animation Sequence.
None of these tutorials, like, show you what to do. Like, they're all doing their own thing, but it doesn't apply to whatever I have right in front of me.
Go just to have the control edges. Now we're going to create a very simple model, which is going to be like a tentacle that export y-axis, because we are that for just so that we have a little bit more geometry. Bones, and I'm going to create a couple of
way up. What? Your pain.
Hierarchy. In Unreal Engine, a skeleton is simply a hierarchy of bones that other assets can think of a skeletal mesh. A skeletal mesh exists separate entities. When a bone moves, each vertex or point on the mesh is move along with it, separately from a skeleton while being linked to it. A single skeleton can be shared with tech and tools in the engine. Because a skeletal
How did they get to this screen though? How did they get here? They're showing me like stuff that's already done. How did they get there? I don't know how these people get there.
Separately
These tutorials
from a
can't be helpful if they don't show you how to get to where you're at.
assets in Unreal Engine is rel data and create skeleton file with a weighted mesh and skeleton into the engine and the index. It will also create an animation sequence U asset assigned to the skeleton it creates with that animation data. The Unreal Editor's animation system is robust, featuring distinct skeleton editor is opened. You can switch animation, skeleton animation system related asset, such as the skeleton asset. The skeleton editor is opened. You can switch animation editor modes using the editor modes toolbar found in the top right corner. Skeleton editor system related asset, such as the skeleton asset. Click on an animation system.
Where the fuck is it on my screen? How come it's not there? How come it's on your screen but it's not on mine? Where is it? It's ridiculous. Like, how do you get that? We're using the same program. What screen do you have? What do you have to click on to get to where you're at? It's outrageous. It's unfair. Yeah.
Related asset, such as the skeleton asset. The skeleton editor is opened. You can switch animation editor modes using the editor modes toolbar. Found in the top right corner of an animation system asset editor window. Another feature of all animation asset editor.
Okay. So okay, how do I create Frank? Why is it only... How is it still 1?
Editors is the toolbar. It exists in each type of editor and contains options associated with the asset type being edited. Additionally, each animation asset editor window has a viewport that can be used to preview a skill.
That viewport.
Oh, for a muse of fire, to ascend the brightest heaven of invention, a kingdom for a stage, princes to act, and monarchs to behold the swelling scene. Think when we talk of horses that you see them, printing their proud hooves in the receiving earth, for 'tis your thoughts that now must deck our kings. Carry them from here to there, jumping o'er time, turning the accomplishment of many years into an hourglass. For the which supply, admit me chorus to this history, who prologue like your humble patience pray.
Skeletal mesh and its related information. I'll start with the skeleton editor mode, the one that I entered when I selected the skeleton asset. The toolbar for the skeleton editor contains 4 distinct tools. The Anim Notifies tool, which opens the Anim Notifies panel, where Anim Notifies corresponding to the skeleton asset can be accessed and managed. The Retarget Sources tool, which opens
Stuff is not appearing on doing. Let's get that.
the Retarget Sources panel, where retarget sources are managed, the Import Mesh tool, which can be used to import a new mesh for the skeleton, and the Make Static Mesh tool, which makes a new static mesh out of the current pose, which can be modified in the viewport below by selecting a bone in the hierarchy and adjusting its transform values. On the left, you'll see the Skeleton Tree tab, which displays the skeletal hierarchy stored in the asset. There's an icon next to each item in the hierarchy that denotes the item's type. A solid bone icon corresponds to a normal bone that is weighted to vertices on the skeletal mesh being previewed. An empty bone corresponds to a bone that does not influence vertices on the skeletal mesh. These bones are typically used in an auxiliary manner, such as for attaching and animating weapons or props that exist separately from a skeletal mesh asset, or for use in runtime IK systems. The socket icon corresponds with a socket, which can be created by right-clicking on a bone and selecting the option to create one. It is a static point tied to a bone that can be offset from the bone. Sockets are commonly used to define attachment points for props relative to a bone's position. A purple bone icon corresponds with a virtual bone, which is a bone that follows the transforms of another bone, but in the relative space of a different bone. These are useful for locking down the transforms of certain bones in an IK pass done after runtime retargeting, or the application of additive animations. Finally, a white dot icon corresponds with the bone that exists in a skeleton, but is not used by the current skeletal mesh assigned as a preview mesh for the skeletal hierarchy. On the right, we can view the Asset Details panel, where we can assign different preview skeletal mesh assets to the skeleton. If we select an element of the hierarchy, we can view its transform values in different spaces as defined by the preview skeletal mesh asset. The skeletal mesh editor is very similar to the skeleton editor. It shares the same viewport, skeleton tree, and some toolbar options. It differs in a few simple ways. The first being that you can use the toolbar to re-import the skeletal mesh from a source file to update its geometry and bone skinning. The second being its details panel, where materials, level of detail settings, and other properties shared between skeletal meshes and static meshes can be modified. Earlier, I mentioned that skeleton assets can be shared between skeletal meshes, but I want to go into a bit more detail on how that process works. Skeletons can be shared between skeletal meshes, but with a caveat. The shared hierarchy must have a consistent structure and naming convention. For example, skeleton names of the hierarchies between the necessary elements, such and also non-destructively share and retarget sources panel. Now animations can be shared from the underlying structure in the neck on Patreon. The process of working with
Why do studios hate Blender? I mean, if you look at the most used 3D software, Blender is by far the most popular. So what is it about it that they don't like? I've been using Blender for 3 years, and it's fast, intuitive, it's got tons of support and add-ons that improve its functionality. So why choose to spend thousands of dollars on other programs when Blender is so good? Do studios know something about these other programs that the average 3D artist doesn't? Well, the surface level answer to this question is really obvious. But if we truly want to understand why studios choose to ignore Blender, we need to dig a little bit deeper. So Blender was first released in 1994, but that was not the Blender that we all know. The open source Blender that everyone uses today was released in 2002. There was a whole ownership battle between the creator and the investors who wanted to keep Blender paid, but eventually the creator won and Blender was made open source. However, when it was released to the public, it was already outclassed by other programs like Maya or 3ds Max that were already being used by professionals. And it was only really in the past few years that Blender has become viable for professional work. That means that during the 2000s, when CGI became cheaper than practical filmmaking for most projects, Blender wasn't even an option. So from 2002 all the way up to 2019,
order, meaning the bones that were parented to certain bones, now the controls that match those bones will be parented to the same. Does that, just look at it. I don't know how to explain it, just look at it, okay? God damn it. I'm expanding all of these bones so you can see the hierarchy is the same. Now we're going to select all of these controls, drag it over to the blueprint, create from array. That's going to create an item array. Let's go back and reselect all of the bones we selected. Now, click and drag all of the bones and create from item array. Drop them into the blueprint, and now you review the two of them and make sure they both have the same amount of items and that they're in the same exact order. They need to match up. So go from the top to the bottom, checking that they all match up. If they don't match up, delete the node and reselect all of the bones or all of the controls and bring them back over. So now we're pulling out from the bone array, and we're going to get 4 each. Type in 4 each. Now from the control array, drag that out and type at. Then from 4 each, pull out from the element and type in set transform. Now from element, the at element, drag out and do get transform. We're going to connect the index from 4 each to at. We're going to connect the transform from get transform to the value spot on set transform. Drag out from execute on forward solve to execute on
the braid
4
arm
each.
leg.
Now click compile, and you'll see we have controls. We can control our hazmat guy, but our controls look funky. They're not very easy to click. We will fix that later. Now let's get a backward solve onto our blueprint. Now let's copy all of these nodes here. Everything except for forward solve. Copy. Paste. So this is going to the backward solve.
Okay. 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 Once we figure out that no, of adding the Yo, I found the dragon. Oh. Cool. Of course, you could build, be able to build. Huh. Bro, I still can't build it. Oh. Bro. What? That'll. What's he doing? Lost. Surprise attack. Better. I travel the world. I don't know why. Just eager to run around. This guy. Guess I could go to the church. The A-Man 316. Yo, what's going on? Get that dragon. If it does, I'm toast anyway. Just gonna. Go. Free settler. Go. Let's go. Luck. Good luck. Luck. Build here. Fuck me, man. Are you kidding? Bro just walked along. Oh, I'm here. Hi. That city's fine now. Bruh. Nice try. No one can take the great city of lava. Power is unparalleled. Alright. Bro, I'm telling you, these settlers are like, they're like hard. But there, I'm very, there. Why is just walking around? put him on. I put the settler on autumn, and that does have. Where'd he go? I'll take that city back. God. Yeah. Yeah, it was. Go forth. Alright, let's go. I have 3 frost giant. You reject our generous offer? Yeah, get out of here. Trying to build an army. Oh. No. Gold. Fresh gold. Damn, 5, damn. Friend, Merman. You were in no position. Build. No! Fuck! Horrible. Lost Frost Giant. One city. Bit off more than I could do. How am I gonna recover? How will I ever recover? There any? Oh. Even on a mountain, you couldn't defend? This lava pit's gonna finish that skull. Again. They should be surviving. Ah, I made it. What? Bruh. They got a freaking tree? Those trees are busted. They get them way too early in the game, too. Makes it impossible to fight those guys. I need to change that. Unfair advantage. Ridiculous advantage. They don't even have to build any units, they just build that. Oh. Bruh. Oh, good. Good, good, good. That was so. That ain't. Oh, the mermaid is dead. Guy. I think I'll be able. I wonder if I could buy them. Got it. Take that. Better? Better? Tunnel. I thought that tunnel went all the way to the end. I guess I was mistaken. Oh, that was so close. Doomsday is under attack. Are you fucking kidding me, man? Ah, that's called. Fuck! Bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. How am I gonna get? Oh wait. Oh, father. Thought for sure he's dead. I better get that skeleton out of there. I want that bear. Probably not gonna be able to get it though. Oh. By building fruit selling. Forgot about gonna install Jar Jar operating system instead. Do it. Yeah, good. Yeah. Building a tiny army. It will be great. It will be powerful. I messed that up. Lost my skeletons.
Give me more soldiers, noble leader, that they may sheathe their swords in the beating hearts of our enemies! Our men need better weapons, Lord. Let us put the scrollheads to work on this worthy pursuit.
That is for His Excellency to decide, Visigoth.
Where's the
Noble
oh,
leader,
cross
there
that.
are matters other
There.
than this blunted spear point to attend to.
Give me better ships, Your Excellency, and watch the seas turn red with blood! We need barracks, noble leader. Or would you have our soldiers sleeping on your palace steps? Would you defend our cities with haystacks, noble leader? City walls and cover improvements later. All is well, Your Excellency, and that pleases me mightily. We stand astride the world like a colossus, noble leader. Send forth our legions so that we may smash every army that would rise against us.
Excellency, let us sharpen our diplomacy first, and our swords later.
Your Excellency, the torch of knowledge sputters in your hands. Excellency, I have calculated the science rate out to the third beat of my abacus, and I am dismayed by what I see.
Your Lordship, who cares about brains if the people are happy? Don't lower your luxury rate.
Excellency, look at me. New technologies. Excellency, my rough accounting shows that trade routes to other lands would best serve the Empire. All is well, Your Excellency. I am off to grease my abacus. Excellency, other nations have knowledge we need. Why not let our dull-witted swordsmen go forth and take it? Excellency, we are the most enlightened empire in the world. I salute you.
Most honorable leader, with all due respect, we cannot run an empire without coin. Raise the taxes or hire tax collectors swiftly.
Just don't allow this weasel to touch the science rate, Excellency.
You can do anything, but lay off my luxury rate, noble leader.
Excellency, let us make currency instead of swords, for it is wealth that moves the world, and profit that rules it. Most blessed leader, let us build marketplaces, so that the peasants can barter for needed goods. Discover trade, Excellency, for we cannot barter with another nation when no means exists to reach them. My humble suggestion to your glorious person would be to build more caravans and trade with our unworthy neighbors. The empire runs well, Excellency, though additional taxes would hurt no one. We have riches beyond our wildest dreams, Your Excellency, and it is my pleasure.
No! It's barracks we need, and quickly!
Barrack.
No! The defense of the cities is our foremost concern. I concur, Excellency. I disagree, Excellency. Pay them no heed, Excellency. Excellency, I demand your attention!
I concur, Your Excellency. I disagree, Your Excellency.
Bruh.
Excellency.
I found it. I found the frost giant. We found it. I gotta figure out how much it'll cost to incite a revolt. I want that frost
I
giant.
disagree, Excellency.
I have to have it.
Pay them no heed, Excellency. May we speak, Excellency?
I will get that frost giant.
You
I
conniving
promise you.
sophist. Minded eunuch.
I disagree, Excellency. Pay them no heed.
Survive.
Noble
Good.
leader, may we speak? You pig!
What are you doing?
I concur, Your Majesty.
It's Andrew, by the way.
Andrew, what's going on?
I'm laying in bed. I'm tired. I'm just going through Discord to see what's happening in servers I'm in.
Oh yeah.
And what's happening?
Nothing much. You're the only one that's in the voice chat right now on all the servers I'm in.
To find other nations. Noble leader, the Empire would best be served by joining with another nation. There will be time
I think I'm getting the flu.
them later. My lord, there is
The flu?
an invention
You have the flu?
called writing,
Why?
which allows
Yeah.
the most marvelous communication.
Why do you have
I don't
the
know.
flu?
You would do well.
Wrong.
I
You're
don't
not
know.
supposed to have.
Evil tidings, Lord. For other
Some
nations
snotty
frown
kid gave it to me. They sneezed right in my face.
Let us make peace.
I know, right? The kid was disgusting.
Or would you stick their head upon a pike?
Yeah, I damn nearly slapped him. I'm glad I didn't, though. His mom would have yelled at me.
Other lands possess knowledge most useful. Let us trade.
But you don't walk up to some random person you don't know and go sneeze in their face for no good reason at all. That's just rude.
Agree.
Lands favor our might.
It should be like I thought it was common sense that you don't do that to other human beings, but I guess not.
Some people, they don't know.
Luxuries to soothe their aching hearts.
They need to be taught, I guess.
Sacrifice learning for luxuries.
Noble leader, it takes
But yeah, super disrespectful of that kid. I don't even know the kid. I don't even know his first name. Never seen him before a day in my life, and he just walked up to me. He knew he didn't do it on accident either. He directly aimed it at me.
Call out your name, glorious leader, and all is well with the people.
Grant us more units.
So yeah, that was my day.
And would you have us destroy those whom we could exploit?
We fall behind in weapons technology, sire. Street urchins with wooden swords could defeat
I'm gonna try. I might stay off Discord for a little bit to recover.
Correct the situation in haste.
Anyways, you have a good night, Jar Jar. I'm going to sleep. See ya.
The city defenses stay as thin as parchment. Build city walls!
Would that we could wall up your gaping mouth, platehead.
Let love and wine their rights maintain. No This bloody council be damned!
Damn.
Let us go forth!
Ponder matters carefully, sire, before we trifle with other nations.
Oh,
Sire,
shit.
The very cobblestones of our streets possess more learning than in truth, sire. Yes, sire. The science rate ebbs low, Your Majesty. May I propose a small adjustment?
And may I propose a small adjustment in your wits? You who would treat
Fuck.
Got to keep the people happy too.
Build more science improvements, sire, for even a humble man of learning needs a place to rest his parchment. Build science,
Man, I ain't getting nowhere like this.
our doorsteps. All is well, sire. I am off to ponder matters of gravity. Sire, perhaps our spies or soldiers could acquire the knowledge that other lands won't grant us. Oh, the world marvels at our superior intellect, sire.
The coffers lie empty, sire. I must insist that we raise the taxes or hire more collectors forthwith.
I must object, sire, to any tampering with the science
Sire, before our empire can truly grow, we need a place, let us call it a bank, in which money can be stored and lended, for a price. Sire, I propose we construct more marketplaces, for all will benefit when the finest goods are traded within our cities. I am most woefully displeased, sire, for how can we maintain the jewels upon our fingers when we lack even the means to trade with distant lands? Sire, I propose more caravans, that we may draw off the wealth of distant nations. We do well in all matters of trade, sire, although an extra tax or two never hurt the royal coffers, eh? We are rich, sire, rich, rich, rich!
Silence, vile merchants! There are other pigs to gut first! Nay, sire! The defense of our cities takes precedence! I agree, sire. I agree, sire. Nay, sire. Pay them no heed, sire. A word, sire, and hastily.
I agree, sire. I disagree, sire. Pay them no heed, sire. May I speak, your majesty? Silence, keghead. Pshaw.
I agree, sire. I disagree, sire. Pay them no heed, sire. If we may take counsel, your majesty. These matters take coin, excellency. Expenses, your majesty. Mind your tongue.
I agree, sire. I disagree, sire. Pay them no heed, sire. A word, sire, if it would not trouble you. Tuh! You big oaf.
I agree, your majesty. I disagree, king. Pay them no heed, your majesty. May we speak, your majesty? Oh, man. I've had enough of this.
Come on, he's on a mountain. Where's the defense bonus?
I have cause for concern, your majesty.
Perhaps 'tis time to explore this vast
Wonder if
world,
he was
sire, and find what
better.
treasures lay beyond these palace gates. My lord, let us ally with our neighbors now, and ravage them later. My lord, let us research espionage in order to obtain information from other lands. Other lands regard us with suspicion, lord. Perhaps 'tis time to mend our treacherous ways.
And perhaps it's time to mend our enemies with our bloody sword points! Foolishness, sire! With a good army we can take all that we desire!
Or perhaps this wily one has her hooks in you, sire.
My lord, construct some embassies that I may sink my hooks into the hearts of other nations. You'll not regret it. Let us trade technologies with other lands, sire, and exploit the spoils of their intellect. Be remarkable.
I don't mean to be scuffing the lordship's buckle shoes, but the government will fall if the people don't get entertained.
Ow, ow, ow.
Raise the luxury.
Can't kill any of these barbarians. What the hell?
Sire, the people
I can't
need
escape my
temples and
spawn
entertainers
point.
for
I'm trying to
their
get out of my spawn point and explore. I can't go anywhere.
I cannot let the people's spirits alone, your majesty. Assist me with some luxuries and keep the people's hearts.
But leave the science rate alone. Heed not the ramblings of half-wits, sire. Technology holds the key to the Empire's future.
You do well, sire, and the people live happily in your kingdom. The people rejoice, sire. Long live your majesty.
Any half-baked revolutionary can whoop our army as it stands. You're sending our soldiers into battle with cap guns and bottle rockets, General. How about some support for our boys up front? Give us better ships, General, or we'll be taking our shore leave in a lifeboat. More barracks would be in order, sir. Unless you'd rather have our boys bunking out in your latrine. Our city's Now you do what you like, but don't come hollering to me when some upstart nation puts your palace to the torch. We're doing great, General, and we got you to thank for it. Let's go bonk some heads, sir. Why make what you can't fight for, General? Pay attention to your military first. Where I come from, we don't fraternize with the enemy, General. How about yourself? This bean counter's talking nonsense, General. Not so fast, Beaker boy. Don't let him fast talk you, General. We got other turkeys to shoot. Who cares, General? We got other itches worth scratching.
Our production of knowledge is lowest in the world, sir. We're we're an absolute zero. Science production rates show an alarming decrease on all fronts, sir. I must insist that we correct the situation. Very soon, I have brought the numbers out to the 10th decimal point, sir, and the results are clear. We must build more tech improvements. Sir, my analysis indicates interface more frequently with other nations, and ergo ipso facto increase the science production rate. We're pretty much A-okay, sir. I'm off to play with my slide. 2 words, sir.
My champion.
Steel
Right.
technologies.
Excellent.
That would show your perspicacity. You're Einstein, sir. I mean, you are the E to the MC squared speed double microchip, sir. We're #1 in science. What do you know, Lugnut? Sir, we must maintain our science rate. What do you know, Glitter Guy? Only an ignoramus would choose you over technology.
Sir, revenues are down and our cash reserves are dropping. Raise the taxes or hire tax collectors immediately. Got a plan, sir. We need a science of wealth. Set our people to researching economics. You won't regret it. Build a stock. Trade, sir. Discover it. This is you. This is a clue. Get a clue. Discover trade. I'm concerned, sir. Caravan production is down for the fiscal year. Is this really what you want? All is well, sir. Quite bullish. Sir, analysts are bullish on the performance of our latest economic indicators. We're doing great, sir. The human slide rule over here would have you think money grew on trees, sir. I think not. If you want to take your advice from a blue suede fool, sir, then go right ahead. And who will pay for all of this, sir?
Sir, I agree, sir. Sir, I disagree, sir. Don't listen to them, sir. A word, General. Yeehaw!
I agree, sir. I disagree, sir. Don't listen to them, sir. Can we talk, sir?
I agree, sir. I disagree, sir. Don't listen to them, sir. A word, sir, if I may. Problems, sir. We've got problems. Ah, yes. Let's do that,
I agree, sir. I disagree, sir. Don't listen to them, sir. A moment of your time, sir. Sobaka.
I agree, Majesty. No way, King. Don't listen to them, sir. A moment of your time, King. I got some troubles, King. Oh, yeah, man. That was good.
Resolve. There are other nations in this world, and it's up to you to find them.
City of Rock.
Other nations. We can destroy them later. Sir, there is a technology called espionage. I suggest you research it. Sir, I must report that we've lost the respect of the global community. Repair our reputation and then betray. Let us build the embassy, sir, so that we possess a base of operations in the cities of our enemies. Sir, intelligence indicates that trading technologies will benefit us most at this time. Let us exploit this window of opportunity, sir. My spy network tells me that other nations hold us in the highest regard, sir. I await your further instructions. Do not listen to this Sobaka, sir. We can take with cunning what he would take by force. The man of science speaks wisdom.
The people are all shook up the rooms and need some entertaining to get them unshook. Heartbreak Hotel. I don't mean to take away from slaves and taxes, Your Majesty. But when the people are blue, I don't mean to be stepping on your blue suede shoe, sir. But a land without luxuries is like a hound dog without a bone. It's not happy. We're rocking, Majesty, and we got you to thank for it. Sir, the people, I can't help falling in love with you. Just don't be low on my luxury rate, King. Thank you. Thank you very much. All your lordship, the people got to be entertained.
an idiot. Please, sir, if I might have a word with you.
One of the grandest examples of the power of 4X strategy, not to mention one of the most viral, came from a Redditor named Lyserius, posting in 2012 about his game of Sid Meier's Civilization 2 and his 16-year-old sequel. He'd gone beyond the game's usual end date of 2020, and in doing so had unintentionally created a pure hellscape, a 1700 in-game year endless war.
Who knew this was going to happen? I knew this was going to happen.
I was gonna buy that jacket. Probably. Oh, bro. Can't buy the dwarf. There's too many. There's too many of them. Tomek, yo, what's going on? Purple started. Subscribe to my back? That shouldn't even be possible. I need to reset the game to be able to bribe bats. It's just bats. Give bats gold and Batman Arc the official says Protocol 10. 10. Ah. I got spawned. Turn. I need to kill as many humans as I can. Are you kidding me? Fuck. Basically, I need to take Atlantis. All of my units, I need to send them over to Atlantis. Somehow I need to take them.
ships, Your Excellency, and watch the seas. We need barracks, noble leader. Or would you have our soldiers sleeping on your palace steps? Noble leader, build all is well, Your Excellency, in that. Please. We stand astride the world like a colossus, noble leader. Send forth our legion so that we may smash every army that would rise against us.
Excellency, let us sharpen our diplomacy first, and our swords later.
Your Excellency, the torch of knowledge sputters. Excellency, I have calculated the science rate out to the third beat of my... I see.
Your Lordship, who cares about brains when people have it? Don't lower your luxury rate.
I study and learn alone on the cold stone. Places of learning. The rewards of marvelous new technologies. Excellency, my rough accounting shows that trade routes to other lands would best serve the Empire. All is well, Your Excellency. I am off to grease my abacus. Excellency, other nations have knowledge we need. Why not let our dull-witted swordsmen go forth and take it? The most enlightened empire in the world. I salute you.
With due respect, we cannot run an empire without coin. Raise the taxes or hire tax collectors swiftly.
Just don't allow this weasel to touch the science
You can do anything, but lay off my luxury rate, noble leader.
Excellency, let us make currency instead of swords, for it is wealth that moves the world, and profit that rules it. Most blessed leader, let us build marketplaces so that the peasants can barter for needed goods. Discover trade. No means exists to reach it. My suggestion to your glorious person would be to build more The Empire runs well, Excellency, though additional taxes would hurt no one. We have riches beyond our wildest dreams, Your Excellency, and it is my pleasure to share in them.
No! It's barracks we need, and quickly! No! The defense of the cities is our foremost concern! I concur, Excellency. I disagree, Excellency.
I disagree, Your Excellency. Pay them no heed.
Excellency. May we speak, Excellency? Conniving sophist! You weak-minded eunuch!
I concur, Excellency. I disagree, Excellency. Pay them no heed, Excellency. Noble leader, may we speak? You pig! Dog!
I concur, Your Majesty. No, Your Majesty. Pay them no heed. I'm concerned. Oh, yeah.
Noble leader, the Empire would best be served by joining with another nation. There will be time enough to betray them later. My lord, there is an invention called writing, which allows the most marvelous communications with other lands. You would do well to discover it. Evil tidings, Lord, for other nations frown upon our treacherous ways. Let us make peace.
Would you make peace with our enemies, Lord? Or would you stick their head upon a pike?
Perhaps I could persuade your excellency to build embassies so that we may traffic freely with other nations. My lord, other lands possess knowledge most useful. Let us trade technologies now and destroy them later. The gods adore you, noble leader, and distant lands favor our mighty empire.
I don't mean to be stepping on your gilded sandals, King, but the government will fall if we don't entertain the people. Science and taxes be damned, your nobleness. The people need luxuries to soothe their aching hearts.
Excellency, we cannot sacrifice learning for luxuries.
Noble leader, it takes coin, not clowns, to keep an empire afloat.
A cloud darkens our land, noble leader. King, no complaints, noble leader. The heralds call out the name.
Grant us more units, sire, and I vow to present our foes in a bloody heap at your feet.
And would you have us destroy those whom we could exploit?
We fall behind in weapons technology, sire. Street urchins with wooden swords could defeat this army as it stands. Our ships are not fit to hold chamber pots, sire. Correct the situation in haste. Expenses be damned, sire. We need barracks, else where will our soldiers rest their mighty lances? While the men of learning play with their quill pens, the city defenses stay as thin as parchment. Build city walls!
Would that we could wall up your gaping mouth, platehead.
Wide heights maintain. No complaints, sire, and they're united. This bloody council be damned, sire! We have mighty soldiers and the will to fight. Let us go forth!
Sire, the very cobblestones of our streets possess more learning than we do. In truth, sire. Hello, Your Majesty. May I propose a small adjustment?
And may I propose a small
Reflect on this one.
More science improvement, sire, for even a humble man of learning needs a place to rest his parchment. Build trade routes, sire, and bring the knowledge of other cities to our doorsteps. All is well, sire. I am off to ponder matters of gravity. Sire, perhaps our spies the knowledge that other lands marvels at our superior intellect, sire.
The coffers lie empty, sire. I must insist that we raise the taxes or hire more collectors forthwith.
I must object, sire, to any tampering with the science rate.
Sire, we must keep the people happy too.
Sire, before our empire can truly grow, we need a place. Let us call it a bank, in which money can be stored and lended, for a price. Sire, I propose we construct more marketplaces, for all will benefit when the finest goods are traded within our cities. I am most woefully displeased, sire, for how can we maintain the jewels upon our fingers when we lack even the means to trade? Sire, I propose more caravans.
63 units destroyed. Are you serious?
We do well in all matters of trade, sire, although an extra tax or two never hurt the royal coffers, eh? We are rich, sire. Rich, rich, rich.
Or if I got
Silence, vile merchants! There are other pigs to gut first! I agree, sire. I agree, sire. Nay, sire. Pay them no heed.
I agree, sire. I disagree, sire. Pay them no heed, sire. May I speak, Your Majesty? Silence, keghead. Pshaw.
I agree, sire. I disagree, sire. If we may take council, Your Majesty. These matters take coin, Excellency. Expenses, Your Majesty. Hold your tongue, Sirrah. Mind your tongue.
I agree, sire. I disagree, sire. Pay them no heed, sire. A word, sire, if it would not trouble you. You big oaf.
I agree, Your Majesty. I disagree, King. Pay them no heed, Your Majesty. May we speak, Your Majesty? Oh, man. I've had enough of this. Thank you very much. I have cause for concern, Your Majesty.
Perhaps 'tis time to explore this vast world, sire, and find what treasures lay beyond these palace gates. My lord, let us ally with our neighbors now, and ravage them later. My lord, let us research espionage in order to obtain information from other lands. Other lands regard us with suspicion, lord. Perhaps 'tis time to mend our treacherous ways.
And perhaps it's time to mend our enemies with our bloody sword points! Foolishness, sire! With a good army we can take all that we desire!
Or perhaps this wily one has her hooks in you, sire.
My lord, construct some embassies that I may sink my hooks into the hearts of other nations. You'll not regret. And exploit the spoils of their intellect. Truly, your Majesty's relations with other empires be remarkable.
I don't mean to be scuffing the lordship's buckle shoes, but the government will fall if the people don't get entertained forthwith. No one can live without luxuries, sire. Raise the luxury rate in haste, though the taxes may suffer.
And you will suffer my wrath if you continue to spout this foolishness.
Sire, the people need temples and entertainers to raise their spirits. Take action hastily. I cannot lift the people's spirits alone, Your Majesty. Assist me with some luxuries and keep the people's hearts content.
Take heed if you must, sire, but leave the science rate alone. Heed not the ramblings of half-wits, sire. Technology will
You will, sire, and the people live happily. Long live Your Majesty, the King.
We need more soldiers, sir. Any half-baked revolutionary can whoop our ass. You're sending our soldiers into battle with cap guns and bottle rockets, General. How about some support for our boys up front? Give us better ships, General, or we'll be taking our shore leave in a lifeboat. More barracks would be in order, sir. Unless you'd rather have our boys bunking out in your latrine. Our city's defenses are as thin as a Cracker Jack box, sir. Now you do what you like, but don't come hollering to me when some upstart nation puts your palace to the torch. We're doing great, General, and we got you to thank for it. You're letting our crack troops go to waste, General. Let's go bonk some heads, sir. Why make what you can't fight for, General? Pay attention to your military first. Where I come from, we don't this bean county. We got other turkeys to shoot. We're scratching.
Our absolute zero. Science production rates show an alarming decrease in output, sir. I must insist that we correct the situation immediately. Or at least pretty soon. I have run the numbers out to the 10th decimal point, sir, and the results are clear. We must build more tech improvements. Sir, the analysis indicates that by building additional
Why?
routes, we can interface more frequently with other nations, and ergo ipso facto, increase the science production rate. We're pretty much A-okay, sir. I'm off to play with my slide rule. 2 words, sir. Steel technologies. That would show your perspicacity. You're Einstein, sir. I mean, you are the E to the MC squared, like a clock speed doubled microchip, sir. We're number 1 in science. What do you know, Lugnut? Sir, we must maintain our science rate. What do you know, glitter guy? Only an ignoramus would choose you over technology.
Sir, revenues are down and our cash reserves are dropping. Raise the taxes or hire tax collectors immediately. Got a plan, sir. We need a science of wealth. Set our people to researching economics. You won't regret it. Build a stock exchange and I'll show you what cash flow is really about. Trade, sir! Discover it! This is you! This is a clue! Get a clue! Discover trade. I'm concerned, sir. Caravan production is down for the fiscal year. Is this really what you want? All is well, sir. Quite bullish. Sir, analysts... Great, sir. The human slide rule over here would have you think money grew on trees, sir. I think not. If you want to take your advice from a blue suede fool, sir, then go right ahead. And who will pay for all of this, sir?
Sir, listen to them, sir. A word, General. Yeehaw.
I agree, sir. I disagree, sir. Don't listen to them, sir. Can we talk, sir?
I agree, sir. I disagree, sir. Don't listen to them, sir. A word, sir, if I may. Problems, sir. We've got problems. Ah, yes. Let's do lunch, sir.
Don't listen to Sobaka.
I agree, Majesty. No way, King. Don't listen to them, sir. I'm over with your time. I got some troubles, King. Oh, yeah, man. That was good.
Sir, I cannot abide your lack of resolve. There are other nations in this world, and it's up to you to find them. Sir, two can accomplish what one cannot. Let us form alliances with other nations. We can destroy them later. Sir, there is a technology. Sir, I must report that we've lost the respect of the global community. Shall we go ahead and... Sir, intelligence indicates that trading technologies will benefit us most at this time. Let us exploit this window of opportunity, sir. My spy network tells me that other nations hold us in the highest regard, sir. I await your further instructions. Do not listen to us. We can take with cunning what he would take by force. The man of science...
The people are all shook up, Your Honors. We'll be checking in hot like town. If we don't get them some entertainment soon, Your Majesty. I don't mean to be taken away from science and taxes, Your Majesty. But when the people are blue... I don't mean to be stepping on your blue suede shoe, sir. But a land without luxuries is like a hound dog without a bone. It's not happy. We're rocking, Majesty, and we got you to thank for it. Sir, the people, they can't help falling in love with you. Just don't be low on my luxury rate, King. Thank you. Thank you very much. All your lordship, the people...
Who knew this was going to happen? I knew this was going to happen.
Listen to these. There will be no more gods. Women will...
Oh, great.
Damn elves. They're fucking up my whole system. Really? 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 That's it. See? Attempt at animating a gnome